be laning against each other unless something very strange happens. But
Radiant
still have maybe a
team
bit of an advantage
ban.
with that tempo.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team pick.
You've seen, you said, A, really try to turn up the heat on that hero, but outside of that, there have been a couple of instances here for Infamous where they've actually shifted the gyrocopter into Parker's hands in that carry role, so really they maintain a little bit of flexibility. That's sort of been the a lot of the better squads in this event throughout the whole thing, the fact that those options open, and technically speaking, Infamous have. They sort of leaned more towards A on the position 5 than Parker on the position 1, but they have played both, so retain a little bit of that flexibility as EgoBoys come in with the Viper. Considering the fact that the Mars is in their lineup already, that looks like it could be mid, and ET, we have ranted and railed against the Alone Viper so many times at this point, it just sort of feels like beating a horse, but it feels like EgoBoys might just go for it again here.
Radiant team pick.
Mareska has arrived.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Weaver.
Frustrating aspects of it. We're not really sort of talking down on this Viper because it's losing its lane. He does
10
incredibly
seconds
well. He
remaining.
farms up, like you said, he's getting that BKB at like 15 to
5
18 minutes,
seconds
somewhere in that
remaining.
time frame, almost every time. It's just beyond the laning stage, the impact just doesn't seem to be. So on a hero that's maybe a little bit more active, then he still has that capability of maybe controlling his lane, but then he can do a little bit more. So I don't know. It feels like sort of maybe taking a parallel with other sort of traditional sports where someone's having, you know, a bad offensive night. The team just sort of keeps feeding him the ball, feeding him the puck, whichever sport you prefer, and they just keep on shooting over and over and over again. And sometimes just feeding someone the ball and giving them those opportunities gets the breakthrough. Other times, maybe you should stop taking shots to a certain extent. I'm not sure where EgoBoys are right now, but for the most part, it feels like that Viper has sort of missed its mark. But it's
10
playoffs, it's
seconds
elimination.
remaining.
Maybe this is the point where Alone finally finds.
Radiant team
But
banned.
we'll have to wait and see. It hasn't looked great for them so far, but you never know. Things could change here. And speaking of change, slightly different picks coming out here. EgoBoys in with the Weaver with that 4th selection for Rises, while Infamous are going to lock down the Bloodseeker, their 4th. So
10
trying to maybe
seconds
take away
remaining.
some of that maneuverability from the Weaver. If the Bloodseeker hits the Rupture onto him, then
5
you don't
seconds
exactly get to have a
remaining.
very fun time. Rises on that.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
And Void Spirit taken away. So, in terms of remaining options, I think we've seen KXY on the Ember Spirit once or twice. There's still, actually I was going to say
10
the Tiny, but he
seconds
has actually been out way back in phase. So the Tiny's gone, the Puck's
5
gone,
seconds
Lesh and Bat
remaining.
Rider were banned out as well. So a lot of those options have straight up been
Radiant
taken
team
away here.
pick.
So Miss, you're gonna have to sort of dig into it a little bit, and we do see the Lina out for them, and yeah, that basically has to be a mid side.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Go ahead. Select your heroes.
Yeah, alone. So that is honestly, I think, a nice switch up for them. They put the Viper at the 5, which doesn't always have the best track record, but I think it's going to do them better than if they put Alone on. So it seems like an effective shift for them. We'll see what kind of impact it can actually have, but it feels like the Sand King's just going to be able to do more and be more active in Alone's hands compared to that Viper. Seeing him kind of struggle on throughout this event.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
There certainly is some risk attached to this lineup, but if it works out, they are going to have themselves at a potential advantage against this Infamous side, which I think is really going to be the necessity for them. Last time these two teams, it was Infamous being relatively easy sort of 2-0 sweep going for themselves. So at this point, they maybe feel like they need a little something extra, maybe something to take their opponent by surprise, and this could very well sort of do the trick.
That wasn't too bright.
See if it pays off as we get this one underway. Game 1 of our first elimination series here in the Americas playoffs. One of these two teams is going home here, and the other is to advance to face off against another regional rival in the BO3 in that second round. So stakes are high as we get this one underway. EgoBoys smoking out here, looking for the early ward, and that is a very nice ward, getting them vision over just about everybody hanging out around that middle lane, so they're not going to be sort of walking into that trap. Rises, though, to sort of hang out here in the east side jungle, maybe looking to see if he can snag a rune, but he is going to run into Michael. It's going to turn into anything, but now Infamous know they are shoving their way over. They actually might want this.
Oh, I see. Are those little
Hit their opportunity. Oh, only missile. Coming in onto Alone, so the Sand King's going to have to sort of fall back there. They're not going to have him immediately, and now Infamous pushing a little bit forward. The positioning here is getting kind of... There it is. But everybody pushes forward. Look, everybody gets vision, but nobody fights, and then all the wards get taken away, and now Rises does steal that bounty rune out. At the end of the day, well, at the end of the day, we might actually still have some trouble here, as King Tekka, one hit away, and A is able to bring him down, just charges his way forward, hits the homing missile. His teammates weren't even really all that far behind, but he just charges forward, gets the kill, first blood to Infamous. That, oh, really felt like it was going to take more from the gyrocopter to get that, but A knew really what he was capable of, and King Tekka just wasn't quite showing the respect. He didn't actually skill anything either, so maybe with a point in the Rebuke or the Spear he could have saved himself, but didn't actually go for it and does get taken down. Destroys the missile, but he's still in a bad spot here, as A is going to hit him up a couple of times. As you were saying, the Shredder just allowing him to take that missile away so quickly, and honestly, without that stun, there's not a whole lot that this duo can do. That missile is really going to be the setup for the Blood Right, so not really sure how much they're going to be able to do if Tom is on point with that Shredder hit. Uh-oh. Tano's dead. Bloodright's gonna hit him no matter what. Yeah, he's just going down. A's able to get the kill, and now King Tekka, he honestly should be fine here. Some body blocks are coming in, but they don't really have enough damage. Parker, he thought about it for a moment, but he's gonna back himself away, just focus on the last hit instead. So Infamous able to strike again. We talked about this in the draft, the fact that A on this gyro tends to try and play so aggressively in the lane, and he's got 2 kills so far, but now, okay. Tano in there with the cookie stun. A, though, pushing forward again. He's just going to work, but not able to do quite enough damage, and Parker isn't really here to back him up, so A just might want to, yeah, fall back there. He's got plenty of regen. He'll be okay, but don't go too far forward while your own carry is sort of falling back to control the equilibrium.
Mars, you were bad a lot longer than me and have been good, so it goes.
The rocket barrage, only level 1, so it's not doing a lot of damage, but here comes the missile into the Bloodright, and Tano, he destroys the missile, but he's still dropping low, but Parker doesn't want to dive the tower for that one, so simply back away. Not before they get that courier, though, and oh, yep, spear into cookie stun, gonna lock A down, and Parker, I was gonna say he can't save his teammate, but A saves himself. Fairy Fire comes in, he's gonna be, maybe just fine is not quite the phrase, but he's alive, and that's what's gonna matter. So A falls back, heals up, pops the salve, and the clarity. He really is just looking to go straight back in as soon as he can. Tano jumps into the river, but Parker's so fast. Just gonna run this down, and yeah, nothing you can do about that as the Snapfire. Once he used the cookie, uh-oh. Becca, yeah. Bloodright will hit. Homing missiles coming in. He's gonna pop a Fairy Fire of his own. I don't know if that's enough, though. He's still dead. Good play from Parker. He actually sidestepped the rebuke there so that he didn't get slowed up and go back in to finish things off. So really turning it on here in this top lane. They've gotten 3 kills here in addition to that sort of first blood play over in the river. So again, he just loves to do this. He loves to play this sort of aggressive style on that position 5 gyro, and it's working to perfection so far.
I'm so strong, guys. I'm so strong.
Radiant's structures are not only fortified, they are positively glowing.
Yeah, it really is. Anything that gives you any degree of damage and or durability sort of tends to work out well. King Tekka, okay. Going in onto the tower, but A TP's in just in time, so the spear is now going to be more of a defensive measure. Bloodright's still going to get thrown down here. Tano, okay, he's able to sidestep it, but he's just taking too much damage here. That Scatter Blast is really not going to be enough to matter. But King Tekka comes in, dropping down the rebuke. It's still not enough. Tano, he's going to be taken down, and now King Tekka's in trouble as well. Bloodright will be thrown down in front of him. Michael's even rotated in here. Can they get it? Yes, they can. Bramble comes through. King Tekka will fall, and this is just turning into just kind of a shooting gallery for the side of Infamous. Just keep on going in whenever they want. They find the kills. Michael, as you said, did rotate over this time, but at this point, this rotation really doesn't matter. You take a look at the Timbersaw down in the bottom lane. He's got that 0-2-2 build. Rises and Kara aren't exactly going to be able to sort of immediately get in onto him to punish the fact that he's by himself. So this rotation really doesn't hurt Infamous all that much. They secure 2 more kills in that lane, but now Michael may be in some trouble here. He's run into alone. He's going to hit him up with the Curse Crown in the river. Looks like everything should be okay. KXY, meanwhile, was actually able to grab that invis down in the south side. So the Lena's on the move here, building up enough mana for the Laguna and rotating bot. So Rises, be a little bit careful. Do they have any lockdown here whatsoever? It's really just the LSA, and have to just land it. Uh-oh. Okay. Sentry's there. Kara's still dropping, though. He will fall, but KXY is going to die in exchange, and that's a horrible trade. They just didn't know the sentry was there. So KXY for Kara, but up in the top lane, A and Parker are able to go in again. Taking down King Tekka for the 4th time. I was going to say 3rd. Wow, I did not think King Tekka had died that much, but 4 deaths in about 7 minutes here as Infamous, they lose their mid laner, but they're able to make up for it with kills elsewhere on the map. Yeah, he's in some trouble here. Gotta get rid of that beetle. 50 HP or so remaining for him, but he is able to fall back. But that is going to shove him out of the lane, so Rises has created a little bit of space for himself, and that is going to be the silver lining here for Ego. Rises is still doing relatively well here. 49 last hit, 2nd highest net worth. So, maybe a little questionable. Thrown down onto King Tekka. They want in for the kill. He's not dead yet, but yeah, he's not going to be able to get very far. Tano, meanwhile, I don't know about this one. Alone is coming in, so this is going to act as a little bit of a bait, and they do have the Epi, so maybe they can make something happen, but the Cursed Crown is going to come in, and that is going to prevent him from really chasing any further. Wait, he didn't actually get it. He didn't get the epicenter off. I think did he just cancel it himself, or did he get stunned? Either way, there's not going to be any follow-up damage now, and Alone's going to go down. They do get A, but this isn't going to be worth it. They've lost Alone. They lost King Tekka. Tano should be taken down here as well, as long as Parker just keeps on chasing.
Radiant's middle tower
Gets the kill, and now King Tekka's going to get stunned up by the Curse Crown. Bloodright dropped around him. I don't know about this one, Parker. You don't have a whole lot of HP. Now might just be the time to back off, as he is going to sort of fall back here, but elsewhere on the map, Kara was at least able to get a kill there on to the Timber Saw, so they do find a kill. Get that, and they get A, but I don't know. Losing 3 in that top lane still just really seems to be putting more and more momentum into Infamous's hands.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
They are at least taking that tier 1 tower up top, or at least attempting to. The problem is, they're losing their own tower elsewhere on the map. This is looking like it's going to come out to pretty much as a trade, but in that middle lane, KXY is going to get jumped in on. They hit him up with the burrow into the epicenter. The LSA will be dropped defensively, but I don't know if KXY so far. Oh, nope, still not enough. Good play from Michael in there with the Terrorize, but that little bit of Sandstorm damage was still coming through. KXY does get taken down, but I mean, credit to Michael. He tries to make the hero play, and he gets pretty close, but they don't want the defense. No, going in. This is deployed. Arena not coming down just yet, but we do see a low TPing, and the problem is, he just used his epicenter in the middle lane. He actually cancels that TP as well, so he's not going to be here, and now Infamous will turn. They throw down the blood right into the brambles. They're going to try and take down King Tekka first, as they are getting onto him on the back line. Mariano wants this kill, will be able to get it. Now they'll turn their attention to the 2 supports. As the call down is going to come through for a little bit of extra damage. Kara will fall. Tano dead as well, Alone. Well, he's here, but it's a little too late. Now he's in trouble. Okay, all right. Does get that Bloodseeker, so that is slightly more valuable. I don't know if I want to say worth it, but they're at least able to salvage something with that kill.
In a stroke of cunning, or perhaps of desperation, Dire's structures have been fortified.
Mounties.
this point, that Blink Dagger is sort of just a pipe dream for him. He's over 2,000 gold away, so it's kind of abysmal right now. They really do need to maybe take some time to try and get him back
under attack.
into the swing of things, maybe give him a little bit more farming priority. The problem is, do that, you're taking away from Alone, you're taking away from Rises, so try and find a little bit of extra space that they can allocate to that Mars so that he can get that sort of item online, because up until that BKB on the Mars, you really are seemingly relying right now on Alone to initiate and maybe Tano with a cookie in the right situation, but those are not exactly the assortment of options for that EgoBoys side, and I mean, they need to try and get more active. It's 15-5 in their opponent. You see, is going to be smoking up here. KXY and the two supports on the hunt. See what they can find. They would need to get into the sort of west side jungle, that triangle area, if they really want this, but if they can get in, Rises is here. Can they hit him up? No. Not really. There were duels on KXY, but they couldn't quite get close enough. So Rises should be backing himself away, and now his teammates actually rotating in here as well with a smoke of their own. So this could turn into larger fight, as that courier will fly overhead. No, kept it. They run in onto Michael instead, but he did get down the Shadow Realm first. That doesn't matter for the Kisses though. He's still going to be taking that damage, will still go down, but Michael is going to sort of sound the alarm. His teammates realize now that that's a big rotation coming their way, and they do.
Illusion.
Okay. Quick and easy kill. Can they turn that into anything though? As you said, sort of their pushing power is maybe fantastic right now, but they're pinging out that tower. Tano doesn't have the shredder up for about 10 seconds though, so gonna struggle with this, but they're getting damage in. That's gonna count for something. Nobody here for Infamous right now, as they're not really looking to defend immediately and glyph here either. I don't think they would glyph the tier 2 anyway, given this sort of circumstances, but not even available, and EgoBoys should know they have an opening as long as no one actually is in. You see A making his way back into the lane. Gyro wouldn't TP, yeah, there it is, wouldn't TP up here by himself. He has to know that there's coming, the Timbersaw's TPing in, and you see Parker making his way over on foot, but they're not going to be able to hit up Tano in time. That homing missile eventually will connect. It's just, it's going to be so far away that it will not matter.
Tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration?
Here, the call down kind of forces Rises away. The homing missile connects as well, but I don't really know if they can do this. They've got multiple heroes coming in, but Rises is already backing away, and you see the rest of EgoBoys kind of making their way over, looking for the fight. They've smoked up here, hoping to get in from behind. Michael, though, close enough to sort of pop that, so this isn't quite going the way that they want it to, and at this point they can't really break through mid because the tier 1 tower is still there. So really that ramp was the only option they had. They back off. The problem is Rises, he's still in here. Scepter coming through into the LSA. Do they have... Oh, wait, what? Wow. That's a bit of a misplay on their part. Rises is able to get himself out, and... Oh, he's running into another sentry ward, though. That's... Actually, they just straight up see him. They don't even need the sentry there. So, Rises does get taken down. Looked like maybe he could make it out after that sort of initial setup is not the greatest sort of timing from Infamous, but they're able to get him a second time, and... Not sure if he was still expecting that backup from his teammates or not, but really work out for him.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion.
It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
Just comes in again. There's going to be the blood right into the LSA. Tano not in there for the cookie play, but Weaver's not dead yet. Okay, never mind. He's down. Laguna Blade will be deployed. Michael gets the kill, and now if you're EgoBoys, you're in some serious trouble here. Kara is going to get run down here to the south. Meanwhile, Tano isolated to the north. So they've taken down both the supports, and now they're in on the Kingteka. Alone, though. He's going to try to go in, but his blink got canceled. Good play from A. In with the damage and alone, maybe able to take the gyrocopter down. No, he's just going to look to TP out. Can they cancel this? They cannot, but they do get Kingteka a little bit further up there in that jungle area. So they're able to get 4 of those kills. Michael has to basically sacrifice himself, but it's a clear-cut teamfight win for that infamous side.
You have done a great service. For the twins.
Getting onto KXY now. He does have the Yules in the BKB, so maybe he can get out. Body blocks out. And in. Alone's actually going to keep him in place, so KXY will just try to turn around. He does get the kill, and now... Okay, he will go down, but here's the problem. Infamous have brought the reinforcements. They're looking for the fight. Kingteka is going to get hit up by the Cursed Crown, and he is not really going anywhere. Mariano's just going to get right in onto him. They throw out the Bedlam as well there for the extra damage. Be able to find both of those kills. So overall, 3 for 1 trade. KXY does go down, but I think you're going to be happy with the results. But EgoBoys salvaged something. Over in the middle lane, Rises is finally able to get that tier 1 tower mid. That is a tower desperately needed in terms of their ability to maneuver across the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
Ooh, this'll be fun.
He doesn't actually have a TP here. He got away initially, thought he was going to be fine. He gets into the tree line, and then that TP's on cooldown. They're going to be able to go on to him as the gyrocopter will be pinned up to the arena, and Rises will get the kill. So they do get something there. The problem is, I lost Alone on the other side, so really, that's sort of just a band-aid over the wound. Enough to really put away the deficit, but it at least gives them the opportunity to push for another tower. They're going after that final tier 1 in the bottom lane, so just try and make the most out of sort of rough situations here. Alone goes down, you weren't really going to be in a position to save him, so may as well try and get something for their troubles here as that tower should fall. Kingteka, sort of just in case spear there into the tree line, and I like the instinct, but there was no one actually there. So better safe than sorry, but now we see Infamous pushing their way into the Roche pit for that first stages of the game, and they honestly should be able to get this. There's really no way EgoBoys can.
Yes, now, officially, I don't mean to be alarmist, but
He wants in, okay. That's a nice setup with that ult. They drop down the, well, they drop down the kisses as well, but Mariano didn't actually die. He's able to get away with just a sliver of HP, and now they're in on the card. They hit him up with the Rupture, try and push forward. The Viper Strike is going to be there, but it's not going to be enough. Parker will find the double kill, and now they're pushing further forward. Can they catch up to Tano? Know where he went here. They're sort of throwing the blood right to the south, but Tano tried to make his way east. Michael, though, does get the vision. The Curse Crown will come through. What else does he have here? Bedlam coming out for the damage output. Tano able to fall back to the tower, but not really sure where else he can go. That blood right sort of prevents him from falling further back to his own base, and Parker is eventually able to run him down. Not quite in time to get the triple, but all of those kills do go the Bloodseeker's way, and now up in the top lane, King Tekka is going to get caught as well. In there, KXY has the follow-up lockdown and damage, and Timbersaw who gets the kill. So 4 dead across the map. The Infamous just keep on going here, really
alarmist, but
going a whole lot in the way of sort of mercy to their opponents. 28 kills in 23 minutes. This faster pace just seemingly overwhelming EgoBoys right now.
Burns, doesn't it?
My attention.
Transitioning now to the right click build really sort of coming into play. The Daedalus picked up first. We see that MKB queued up for KXY as well. So just turning yourself, as you said, into the grinder, that sort of machine gun Lina play, as they're going to all TP top. They want the fight. That's a lot coming in. They actually catch, though. That is going to be the question. They've got that missile in onto King Tekka, but he'll drop down the defensive arena. Stun is still going to come through, or maybe not. Yule Scepter will dodge it, but Blood right now going to be deployed into that Rod of Atos, and yeah, King Tekka's not getting himself out of this one. Unfortunately, he really just didn't have anything left. If you don't Yule's off the missile, then you're still going to get locked down in the exact same situation. So, kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, as Infamous are able to stop the push and get themselves another kill onto King Tekka. That's his 10th of the game. He just continues to really struggle to find any sort of some here as Kara. Careful, Bramble's going to be thrown out. The dust will be popped as well, but I think he's okay. It's going to be fine. He throws out a Viper Strike there. That's not really going to do anything, but at least to make sure A can't chase any further.
Top tower is under attack. Dire's tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
Gonna get picked off. Rises, meanwhile, as you said. A good play in there with the ult kicks. Why now? Might be the one in trouble, but look at that right click damage. He's just gonna stand his ground. Oh my god. Rises is dead. Alone can try once the BKB wears off, maybe, but they see him in the Sentry Ward, so he's got to back himself away. So too does Tano, as he's gonna go for the TP out. Can they finish him off? Yeah, Mariano's got the nuke damage in there, so Tano will be taken down. Alone at least is able to make his escape, but they lose 3 heroes across the map, and they don't get KXY. Oh. Okay. I believe they should get him now, but that's still just the Aegis, so he's coming back up, and A, he's in position. Got the arrow, or not the arrow, excuse me, the missile onto him, so Alone. Oh, Yule Scepter, maybe he can try and just sort of blink himself far enough away where this won't affect him too badly, but Infamous know this is going down. They're going to try and get in here. Michael TP'd in. forward, drops down the bramble, gets into the bedlam, and Alone is just going to get taken out here.
I'm so strong.
We're a hell of a team, Jax, aren't we?
Money to burn.
How's your feet to the fire?
It's coming in. It's only Michael here right now, though, but he's moving. Oh, boy. Well, this is going to be a problem. Curse Crown comes in. Bedlam there as well. Rupture will be deployed. Time Lapse does get off in time, but Rises runs directly into a Bramble, and he's still dead. You get KXY, though, over towards the middle lane at least, so there's going to be a bit of a trade-off, but now Carl will have to pay for it with his life. Mariano and A able to sort of turn that one, so... Yeah, I mean, the Karen KXY is going to be incredibly valuable, but now, now they might be in some trouble. Alone is going to get run down. He is standing under the sentry as Michael... Whoa, Michael? Okay. Uncharacteristic there.
I'm so strong, guys. I'm so strong.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's tower reason has lie about such
Shit, but
things.
not
Dire's
dead
top
yet.
tower is under
Link up
attack.
in one. Oh. Yeah, Michael's just like, no, we're doing this. We're just getting the kill. So King Tekka dances for a little bit, but he will still end up dead. That's 60 seconds on the sideline. And Tim's just continue to sort of build up this lead. Really, they haven't taken their foot off the gas all that much, although at this point you got to start wondering when do we see the attempt at the high ground? Do they simply just wait for the next Roche and try and do it then? Because otherwise, otherwise they're just going to keep looking for kills as Tano is going to TP out. Alone though, hit up by the Terrorize, and I don't think he's getting out of this one. Fear's still on him. He's going to get hit up by the Curse Crown as well, and he will be taken down. Mario gets the kill. Meanwhile, Rises for you. Going to have to try and get back into the base, but there's going to be the blood right into the Rupture. Excuse me. So Rises will pop the BKB and hold his ground. That's going to push Infamous back for now, but Parker, he wants in, and so does Mariano. They're in onto the Viper. Kara's going to get blown up immediately. Those Mortimer Kisses, that's not it. That's not going to do enough. As Tano is going to be forced to sort of fall back here, or maybe not. Going in with the Cookie Stun onto Mariano. This Timbersaw rapidly running low on HP, but he is going to be able to fall back. He still has the active on the Bloodstone. For regen, and yeah, he is going to pop it there. They know that they have a chance to keep this going, so he wants to heal up as fast as he can.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Seems to be the day for it. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Reason to lie about such things.
That feels rough. Meanwhile, Alone, yeah, he's come on. The man has just incredible reaction times. The Yules first, the BKB after, and not a whole lot for EgoBoys to do there. I mean, at the end of the day, their racks are still standing. They lose to tier 3, but that's going to be it. So it's not nearly as bad as it could have been, but I was wondering sort of when we would see that push onto the high ground start coming in for Infamous. Starting to feel a bit more confident with it now, so EgoBoys, you have to start preparing for that. The high ground defense is going to be sort of paramount for them, but so too will this next Roche attempt. This Roche could very well determine whether EgoBoys can extend the match or if Infamous are just going to be able to sort of push it onto them. So EgoBoys realize that they're moving themselves into position. They don't want to give up control of this pit, really, unless Infamous just straight up take that control from them via team fight. BKB at least, but now the Rupture is going to be deployed onto him. He's trying to hold the time lapse, but he held it too long. He'll be taken down. Tana will fall as well. Meanwhile, further to the south, this is turning into an absolute slaughter. Kara is dropping. He will be taken down by Mariano, and now King Tekka is forced to back off. He got one kill in there onto Michael, but that's really not going to be worthwhile. And the BKB is starting to run out of time. As soon as it does, he'll Eul's himself, but that just means Mariano is in onto him with the damage. The Rod of Atos will come through, and King Tekka will be taken down. Mariano picks up the triple, 4-for-1 trade, and honestly, at this point, I think they're just going to go for the high ground and ignore Roshan. They feel like they have the opportunity and the strength, but I don't think they have the creeps. Where is their wave? It's getting cut by Alone. That's what's happening. So nice play from the Sand King. He's not going to be able to contribute any further to the fight, so we'll at least prevent that push from coming through. And now Infamous look like they're going to turn their attention back to the pit, but Alone TP'd up top. This could get a little bit dicey for him if A spawns, so
I feel like a broken record.
gotta time this so well. Oh wait, the Aegis hasn't been picked. Oh, that, I mean, that's about as close as you could possibly get. Alone very nearly pulled that one off, but not quite able to make it happen. KXY will get the Aegis cheese into the hands of the Bloodseeker. Alone does get taken down. Not sure though who took the shard. The Bloodseeker's actually still holding it. So get everything from Roshan. They take down Alone. He does have a buyback available though, but yeah, they're gonna need it. He is gonna get himself back in here, and the good news is the Epi is still available. So maybe they could make a play happen here, but Infamous are just gonna lay siege to this tier 3 tower already gone. Look at King Tekka though, seeing himself into the tree line, jumping in now with the blink into the spear stun. So A is gonna get pinned to the wall of that arena. Meanwhile, outside of the base, Alone tried to make his move going in onto Michael, but it doesn't quite work out well. KXY is able to dish out the damage. That machine gun build really coming into play for him, and now I don't really know if they have anything left. Rises is still going to try and fight this out, but he has to fall back to the fountain. Meanwhile, people falling back. Yeah, King Tekka tries to make it. That's it. Yeah, there it is. GG will be called. A little bit of fountain farming there as Parker and KXY pad the stats a bit. Parker can actually kill him. No. Parker lives. Tana dead. Infamous, I mean, just way too much. once again. I am joined once more by ET, and ET game 1 was not a very even match. EgoBoys have got to try and do something here to get.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Timbersaw!
Dire team ban.
Luna.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Yeah, to a certain extent, Eagle have to play like, because if they lose, there isn't. They're just straight up out of it.
Remaining.
So, like you said, I like this play from EgoBoys quite a bit. Last time around, Mariano was just given free reign over his lane. In fact, we saw Michael basically just sort of shift away to go rotating on that pillow after the first handful of minutes because he knew that Ember could just hold that lane down himself. With this setup, EgoBoys maybe have a little bit more means of not just keeping Mariano sort of pinned down a little bit more, but also preventing some of those rotations as to sort of babysit him for a little. So just taking those early steps here in the first phase or two to try and balance out the lanes a little bit more. That was the problem for them. They really did struggle so early in that game, and they never really...
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Mariska has arrived.
It's just really drafting themselves into the same position. Gyro, Timber, and Dark Willow all making their return here. Obviously, they can't entirely pull the sort of mirror match as the Bloodseeker was very wisely banned away by you, but it's going to look similar in terms of the overall strategy for Infamous. It worked out well for them in game 1, and they're basically saying this worked out for us. We were dominant in that first match. We're going to dare you to now make the adjustments to try and stop us. And so far we have seen adjustments from Eagle. Whether that's enough remains to be seen, but it's a little bit interesting for that side sort of wins to just sort of stand pat and not really shake things up too much. Be the call for Infamous so far.
Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. team, pick.
Morphling.
All the setup was there, so and that's something EgoBoys are going to have to be very careful. Luna is still going to be sort of your leader, your primary damage dealer, and in a lot of situations, the Luna I think can sort of hold her ground depending on how much farm she can actually find, but for the rest of the lineup, it's going to get a little bit more difficult. That Morphling can come in with really morphing into any of his teammates actually for that. He is going to have either damage, mobility, or... Oh, does Ego... Okay. There's that active hero for alone that we were sort of hoping for. Get the Storm into their hands. That's honestly something I think is going to be a little bit better than the Sand King that they...
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, ban. Dire team, ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team, ban. Dire team, pick.
And depending on what they get, as you were mentioning, I think this might finally be a draft in which EgoBoys sort of strategy of going for maybe smaller sort of lower scale fights and engagements might actually pay off for them. If heroes like the Storm Spirit can just sort of get in, find a quick pick, and then get out, then that sort of hit and run kind of style that for the most part has kind of fallen short for them in the past may actually get them the advantage they need, create the space and time that the Luna sort of needs to really activate herself. So we'll see what they can do here, but it is going to depend at least a little bit on what this actual choice is. A lot of those maybe more obvious picks for King Tech have been taken away, but yeah, they did still have the Sand King, and they...
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero, my good friend.
Yeah, we'll be watching that mid lane with interest to see exactly who sort of comes out ahead, the Quap or the Storm. And it's not going to be sort of the end-all be-all, but as you said, whichever sort of hero can get to that item first is really going to be able to sort of dictate, to a certain extent, where and when some of those fights happen over the first maybe 15 to 20, somewhere in that time frame, maybe slightly beyond that. well, but the fact remains it is going to be a race to that Orchid in the middle lane. Well, I don't know. Actually, I think at a certain point, regardless of who wins that, we're still going to be seeing aggression coming out from both sides. If Alone doesn't get it first, it's not like he's going to suddenly not try to zip in onto those targets, but his team gets hit up first and they sort of end up playing from behind. We've seen EgoBoys in particular sort of struggle with that. Really do fantastically when they are on that back. So very much going to have to get that Storm Spirit involved early and often.
You really
Thanks,
should
guys.
prepare for battle.
Thanks a lot.
Run, 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 run!
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Just seems like in general they stand a better chance of just sort of holding their ground early on. Last time they just got completely sort of overwhelmed, and we saw sort of what result that is. It was just pushing forward again and again. Could still happen. We could still see Infamous sort of get that little bit of an early edge, but EgoBoys feels like for their lineup, they're at least going to be able to maybe push back. Maybe they don't just win outright, but not going to be sort of in that panic mode that it seemed like they were in. Or we see them in here looking for that obs war, just dropping it down directly in the lane. So they're going to have eyes on these pulls here and potentially courier movement as well. Might be able to sort of snipe that out, take some of that read from the morph. But the real question is, do they continue pushing for any sort of actual aggression? They're still grouped up as 5 and they're making their way mid. Could simply check for the obs ward mid first, but actually they walked by it here, but it's so far on that cliff that it doesn't actually spot this.
The battle begins! Or so I am told. There they go! Where are they going?
Very careful with that positioning. If they get sort of stunned up here, they can very much run it. We're going to take a look at the sort of laning stage to start us off over in the top lane. Want to see just how aggressively Mariano plays here. Initially, in game 1, we sort of saw a slightly maybe more defensive build, the 2 points up in both the chain and then the aggression sort of came afterwards. But up against heroes like the Luna and the Witch Doctor who have stuns but maybe aren't the tankiest in the world, maybe Mariano can afford to get a little bit more aggressive a little bit earlier on in that skill build, but right now he's going to keep on getting hit up. That reactive armor really absolutely necessary for him considering the damage.
I take no pleasure. Dyer's courier has been...
Parker very nearly taken down. King Tekka went in for the burrow, but didn't quite have enough damage to follow it up. The Morph actually used the waveform forward to make sure that they couldn't really get any further onto him, and it's not going to be enough for them to get the kill, but now A's in trouble. There's going to be that stun into stun once again. Gyro, though, holding his ground. Tano's the one dropping low, and they got him. First blood to the side of Infamous. It got pretty close there, and A does die almost immediately afterwards, but 1 for 1, incredibly valuable for the side of Infamous with the first blood bonus in their hands.
That was perfect.
Oh, is he going to take down here?
I'm so strong, guys.
เป็น
I'm
เก
so
มที่
strong.
ดี
Play there, and I mean, something that we're going to need to see more of from Alone, as Kara's going to get picked off in the top lane, but that Storm can sort of make those plays on his own. They're going to be in a significantly stronger position as Rise is... Okay, never mind. Mariano hits with the Timber Chain. Maybe that's sort of something to be worried of. As it stands, Rises will be fine. He's just sort of waiting for support to... Close call, but not quite able to get it, but they do at least take down that Witch Doctor. So, still on the board for that Infamous side, just trying to get aggressive onto... really whoever they can in this top lane. Can't catch Rises, you might as well try and go to your target. Speaking of targets, KXY, this is a little risky, and he's dead. Not blink up in 3. Can he somehow get away? The bottle charges won't be enough. Unable to get it. Tano rotates in, and really what we needed to see in game 1. Alone sort of found the solo pick first, then he gets a little bit of help in with the rotation for another kill, and got to activate the Storm Spirit as early and often as you can, as back in the top lane, Kara actually gets picked off again. So Mariano and Michael were just sort of going to go in onto the target that they knew was easier to pick off, but they are really hitting hard onto that Witch Doctor, and now Kara actually doesn't have his TP. He already used it, so he's going to smoke his way back into the lane, just hoping for that little bit of extra movement so he can get to Rises a little bit faster. To mana there, so I suppose is Mariano really the same build we saw from him before. That same sort of 2-2 at level 4, Whirling Death, probably not going to come out for a while. To a certain extent, he really does need it. You take a look at him, we were talking about how well the Luna was farming. Mariano is right up there with her, and got a couple of assists to his name as well. So this lane is honestly going pretty well for that Infamous side. Meanwhile, back down bot. Well, I don't really know how much Parker is going to be able to do here as they get the cookie stun, but he's already getting the strength gain. Should be enough. He's sitting on a wand as well, so I really don't think you're going to be able to do too much to him. But now A, kind of in no man's land here. There's a couple of heroes between himself and the tower, but looked like they wanted to go in for that one. King Tekka, honestly, I think could have tried in for the Burrow Strike, but there's not a lot of mana on Tano, so they didn't feel like they would have had the... Oh, Michael, he was standing on top of it, but he just doesn't pick it up in time. Alone, able to zip his way out of that first crown as well, but now, I don't know, KXY is here. He doesn't have a whole lot of mana, though. In fact, just the wand, he's not going to have the ult, but still going to try for it. Alone really doesn't have a lot of mana. He's going to try to zip onto the high ground. Now look at the TP's coming in, and both of the supports one in, but there's going to be the Sonic Wave deployed. KXY was waiting the whole time for it. Kara and Tano dead. Alone is going to get picked off as well. That's a 8.5 there. KXY suspected that play was coming through, and I mean, that's just perfect. Waits for the exact moment he knows everyone's going to be right in that sort of line of fire and just mows them all down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration?
I'm so strong, guys. I'm so strong.
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
That's a level 3 Shadow Realm, but quite enough damage there. Ryze is probably able to fall back, but as you said, he's getting shoved off of this lane right now, and the early farm for the Luna, it's still there, but if this kind of pressure can be applied, then where life's going to get a little bit difficult. However, in fairness to Ryze, the only reason he's in that situation alone in the top lane is because Kara try and sort of take that fight. So with the Witch Doctor coming back in, I don't think they're going to have concerns. Ryze should just sort of settle back into his sort of previous farming rhythm. He's a little ways behind the likes of the Morphling and the Queen of Pain, but still sitting in the top 3. The Storm Spirit's actually a little bit further behind there, so I don't think they need to panic just yet, but it is going to be at least slightly concerning with these deaths, as Kara fighting up with Michael here. They're going to just go for the ward, but now Michael needs to get himself away. Meanwhile, King Tekka down in the bottom lane was actually able to take down A. So we'll pop that gyrocopter. Parker, no points in the adaptive, so quite as much damage. It doesn't have to stun either, so that's unfortunate for the gyro, but now, tried to go in for Tana, but again, without the adaptive strike, he's really missing that last little bit of nuke damage that he would have needed to finish that off. For him. Oh god, he just wants to fight. They're going to jump in with the Epi. But he's already got the attribute shifting, but here comes Alone into the fight. A, though, is going to join as well, but it's not going to matter. They will lose the Morph, and now A is trapped in between 4. Try and get some damage in onto that Sand King again, but it's not going to work out. Alone with the best timed TP that he possibly could have gotten there. He's in for both of those kills, and Storm is starting to cook a little bit here. 4-2 for Alone at this point, and meanwhile, his teammate actually is in trouble. Ryze is getting now run not just out of his lane, but also out of the jungle. So it's a nice play from the Storm, but they have some difficulties elsewhere on them. But still, big play for EgoBoys, able to make that one happen.
Tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Dire's top tower has fallen. I could have predicted this. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stupendous!
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
Silent running!
At this point, it's not just a matter of do you have the damage to kill him, and how quickly could you get that kill as well. They have to know that Infamous are at least going to have maybe a couple of TPs available. Whether they commit them or not sort of remains to be seen, but even if you can get the kill onto Mariano, if you take too long, you're going to sort of walk into a potential counter play as A. It's Rises. They've got the sort of kind of making his way over, but I don't know about this one, but could give it a shot, especially with Rises getting that much closer. Okay, going in for the fight. Jumping in onto it. Can KXY get away? He's going to drop down the Sonic Wave first. That will secure the kill onto King Tekka. The problem is he gets picked off himself, but back up in the jungle, A and Parker did make their move. In onto Rises as that Luna, he did not have the means to defend herself. No point up in the Eclipse there, so they will lose KXY, but they do get 2 cores across the map in exchange, and it looks like Infamous is going to be happy with that trade-off. Teamfight recap actually doesn't include the death of the Luna, but got to assume that it's going to swing a little bit of extra gold. Okay. Okay. Oh wow, they're okay. Yeah, just straight up dropping the death ward there. They're not taking any chances. They wanted the kill. They will get it. So Gyrocopter taken down there, and there's not a whole lot Michael can do in exchange, but he does have teammates maybe coming in as Mariano wants to get into position. Timber chaining his way forward, throwing out the shock. Parker already threw out the adaptive strike, so he's not going to push any further in himself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
Okay, King Tekka, that does not go well. Taken down right away. Parker, meanwhile, shifting his way to strength, still getting stunned up. But Tano is going to drop a little bit low as well, but now here comes Rise in with the Eclipse. They haven't finished off anyone just yet, and actually Alone is going to get pushed back by that strength adaptive strike. He will go down, and now EgoBoys are just straight up on the run, and they are not getting out. That's all 5 dead, not a single casualty for Infamous in that engagement.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I am required to point out that Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
It's unfortunate for them. We talked about how important it was going to be to try to get Alone going, and to be fair, 4-3-6. Right? He was 4-2 going into that last fight. Things were looking okay for him, but now this. He's going to get jumped in on. Can they somehow do it? Nope. Kara's not in position. Alone will be picked off. So, I mean, this is just the way that this really tends to play now. Since the temporary addition of Parker as that stand-in, they just really love to get right up in their opponent's faces. This faster pace for them compared to, I'd say, sort of the average pace they played with back when they had Angel in the lineup. They're just really going at their opponents, and EgoBoys are not in a great position to respond, but they are, at least right now, looking towards that bottom lane. Mariano is still not done with the Atos yet, so
has that
he
ever
really wants to
been
be here. He's
cause for
already starting to back himself away, so EgoBoys be able to find a kill, but they could get this objective. That's going to be a nice bit of gold into their hands if they can secure it, but Glyph is going to be popped. The question is, does anyone actually TP?
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's why TP's in. Okay, that's just going to be sort of a defensive measure. The problem is, I think you've given away your position, but Alone is going to zip in. They're going to go in onto A first, but even if they get this kill, that's only the gyro, and they haven't actually gotten it yet. The Terrorize come through from Michael. A finally will get taken down, and the Edward is now channeling out as well, so maybe, just maybe, EgoBoys can sort of hold their ground here as a... Oh god, okay, in with the Eclipse, but that's not hitting anything. Wow.
Structures are cunningly
This is getting a little bit complicated. I don't know if EgoBoys want to keep going forward. They're tempted by that tower, but now here comes the TPs. KXY keep as well for that nuke damage, and this is where it all goes wrong. They lose King Tekka, they'll lose Rises Alone. He's going to zip his way in, and they do manage to take down Mariano in exchange. The problem is, now the Storm doesn't really have any backup. He's going to get hit up by that adaptive strike for the stun. Curse Crown is not actually going to be dodged here. Alone, he still had a little bit left, but he doesn't actually get it off in time, so Michael locks him down. Michael gets the kill. That's going to turn into a 4-for-1 as Infamous just continue to push, 4-for-2. A respawns so fast, I kind of forgot he died in the first one.
Worthy tribute.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Over here.
Oh, they get baited. They tried to chase after Parker. He just shifted to strength, waiting for KXY and Michael to arrive, and that's it. They lose Alone. Tano's dead as well. Parker just stands strong and waits until backup arrives, and I mean, they're going to be able to get that kill. Now King Tekka's in some trouble as well. He's going to try to Sandstorm his way out of this one, but okay. Sandstorm buys him some time. He's able to burrow and blink himself back toward the middle lane, and it looks like he will live for now, but that's Alone going down again. So this Storm really is starting to drop off. That Eul Scepter just straight up does not give him the offensive firepower that he needs, but is he really just going to do this? Yes, he is. They're going in for it, and got him. No, they don't. Parker!
I don't mean to be alive.
That, oh, it's so painful. They just needed a little bit of extra damage. Maybe if Kara's in there for the Maledict, they get it, but the Maledict comes out now, but now it's obviously too late. Kara dead, Tekka gone as well, and Parker once again surviving. Multiple attempts made on his life, and every time to win the fight himself, but he can survive long enough for the backup to get there, and
Dire's bottom tower.
at that point, Infamous just completely can steal this Ancient stack as well. This was meant for Rises, but it's never going to reach him.
Sorry. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. They are looking quite low.
That's not a great Eclipse. Yeah.
Is under attack.
That's the second time now the Eclipse has basically hit no one, but Logan is in onto A. Maybe they can get a kill onto the Gyrocopter here. They do at least find that one, and at this point Michael realizes he doesn't have any backup, but he also doesn't have a TP. He just kind of has to sit here and maybe wait for a bit. He's making a break for it. See him though. Parker is going to go in. Look, I mean, Michael basically sacrificed himself, but now, alone. Hit up by that Orchid. Can they bring him down in time? Not just yet. Dual Scepter comes through. Sonic Wave deployed onto Tano. Going to be able to take him down, and it's just, I mean, every single time Infamous are making just no mistakes. There is no weak point for EgoBoys to really take advantage of, as they're just continuously getting outplayed in these fights.
I'll take your tribute.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Add another to the tally.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Top tower is under attack.
Okay, he's just gone. If you have to zip TP waves pre 20 minutes, you know something is going not great for your squad. And speaking of not great, what's going on here, silencing onto the Sand King. They're just going to go in for this. The call down will be deployed. KXY doesn't have that Sonic Wave though, so looks like King Tekka will survive for now, or maybe not. Michael is in there with the Terrorize. The Death Ward is, I mean, it's going, but I don't think it's going to matter. A will simply TP himself home. He's the one who took the brunt of that damage, and the Fountain Regen's going to really just keep him alive. Maldic can't take him down, and EgoBoys will lose yet another fight. They really just can't afford to take these, but in a lot of these situations, they don't have a choice. Once KXY's in there with the blink and the silence, their hero's just straight up trapped.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Gonna give it a go, but yeah, he'll just blink out. The silence is there onto Alone to prevent him from zipping further forward, and I mean, he had a Eul's, but he didn't want to use it to purge away that silence, and because of that, they can't go in. They can't go any further for that kill. KXY just blinks away and walks home. Kara's gonna get picked off here. No way out for him. Montano. Okay. He away. Parker was in there, and if he's maybe a second or two earlier, the adaptive strike could have come into play, but not quite able to do it. So Tano gets away. Kara, though, picked off, and they're looking to push their way forward. Once again, 12k net worth lead for them. They got the Aegis in hand, and really, as of right now, there's not a whole lot they need to be afraid of. Rises not have the damage or the durability to stand in these fights, and Extent Alone really is in sort of a similar position. He's just not quite strong enough. Why?
Tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. As any fool, Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. And not in a good way. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
It's just a constant sort of, not even really a back and forth. It's just constantly their opponents pushing in as KingTecha's going to get stunned up. Good morph in from the Morphling, going for that stolen burrow. KingTecha's going to be able to keep himself out, but with the right clicks coming in, and yeah, the rod just applied, he's just straight up gone. And now they want in onto a lone. Dual Scepter though, keeping him alive, but he's directly over the chakram is what I was going to say, but Mariano actually sort of pulls it back there, and he's going to be the one who gets taken down. So they do take out the Timbersaw. The problem is Parker and KXY are continuing to lay hits in onto this tier 3 tower, and is not in a position to really sort of cut that creep wave again. So they should be able to get this down, but here comes Alone, zipping his way forward. Tries to pop the Lincolns, okay, but the real target here is KXY. They're going to try to get in onto him. Can they finish off the Aegis? Yes, they can, but it's the Aegis. That means that the Queen of Pain is coming back up here, but looks like at this point they're going to show a little bit of respect to their opponent's lineup here. They don't want to get too far forward. They take the tier 3, they're able to actually get in onto the racks.
Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together,
Okay, Parker, he's just going to man up here, but yeah, that was maybe a little bit too much there. Didn't realize he was going up against 5 until he's already surrounded, and the Lincolns doesn't block everything, as he will be taken down, but now they're looking for a little win. KingTecha's going to get jumped in on, as they will be able to stun him up. Hit him with the Brambles as well, and that is going to be KingTecha down, but now Rises into the fight. BKB active. You got the Storm Spirit sort of going to work on the backline here as well, and Mark kind of is sort of in a bit of a bad way, as we sort of repeatedly mentioned. He doesn't really have that durability, but he does certainly have some damage. Able to get in there. Tano will be locked down, and they want a little bit more. Kara dropping low as well. He will tick out to the DOT, and now Rises without the BKB. He can't get back home. He's going to be finished up. Mariano. That's way too little HP, but he is going to be able to get away. Picks up the triple Alone, though. I mean, he wants it, but he didn't actually guess correctly, and now, yeah, he has no TP and very little mana. Look for him. What a weird play. Okay. Thanos TPing in, gonna try to help out. There's gonna be the Yules. Still dropping low, but KingTecha's in there. He's gonna go for the burrow. Alone gets away. Now KXY might want to try and back off here. Yule Scepter will put him up in the air. We see a TP coming in from Kara as well, but by that point, KXY is able to get himself away. So neither of the mid laners will die there, but it was pretty close. If it weren't for the intervention of his teammates Alone, almost certainly would have died in that. He's dead again. themselves, and honestly, that play that we were just sort of witnessing there sort of encapsulates all of this. KingTecha faked out the epicenter, I think, about 15 times here in the east side jungle, and while he's doing that, he's directly underneath this Obsword's Vig. So just sort of the ultimate maybe symbol of the way this has gone. King Tekka's not even farming. He's just faking out his own ult while really just kind of standing there. And Infamous see him doing it the whole time and really just don't care. So that's the game in a nutshell. Infamous are doing anything they want. They know EgoBoys have such limited options that really they're not afraid of anything. I think they know at this point the only way they lose this game is if they're the squad to make the mistakes. So, I mean, we've seen a little bit of sloppiness from them for the most part. It's been clean enough for them to sort of maintain this sizable advantage, and I don't really see them making a big enough mistake anytime soon to really let their opponents back into it. Okay, they're going to go for it. KXY has the Shroud. He will pop it here, but he's already lost a lot of HP, and yeah, he's going to be taking down Mariano now. Might be in some trouble as well, but he's going to be able to Timber Chain himself down to the low ground. He's still surrounded, though, but A is coming in to try and help him out. The Homing Missile's in onto King Tekka, so that Sand King sort of has to back off for a moment, but as he does, Mariano wants him. He's looking for the fight. They're going to be able to spot out Town out here, or maybe not actually sort of sneak spot them, but these two supports are in some serious trouble on the back line, while their cores still getting jumped in on really further forward as A sort of gets in there for the damage, and Parker comes in to finish things off with the DD. So Rises will go down. Oh no, did he zip? He zipped into the Bramble to get himself away with the last bits of his mana, but plays like that just sort of get the heart rate going there, as EgoBoys can't really afford to lose alone. It's already looking a little bit rough for them in terms of a comeback, but if they lose that storm, then really there's just no hope whatsoever. So Lone cannot afford to go down here, but Morphling.
Faint is just my road, but not Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
This is an elimination game for them, so they're not really going to go down without maybe one final fight, but it's just looking so hard for them. Like we said before, it just feels like the only way EgoBoys get back in is if Infamous sort of hand it to them, and they're going after Rax right now. To be a bit more thorough and alone. This is all he can do. Zip in. Maybe he can get this kill onto A, but gotta be careful. The Brambles will be thrown down. Michael was sort of faking out and be terrorized there as well, so they really can't go too far forward. A, though, might want to be careful, but he's got to both the Put of Defiance and the Group Cave. So in terms of magic resistance, he should be just fine, and now this is where it all falls apart. They will lose King Tekka. Lone is forced immediately to back himself away, but now they're going to be able to hit up the Luna with that root from the Rod of Atos. The BKB will be forced out, but now follow it up. There was no Eclipse there either, so the BKB's down, and Rises really doesn't have anything to do if this turns into another engagement. Lone, he's just going to keep on zipping.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, if they don't have defenders here, then they're going to be the tier 3 tower just sort of broke through immediately, and then Rax will suddenly be under attack. So Rises, okay, yeah, that's a problem. Morph into his teammate, has access to that cursed crown, so Rises has to respect. Oh god. Goes in, does he have the damage? Not quite yet, but now the response will come through. They're going to try and get this done. They've got clip down, but it's not going to be enough. Look at that Terrorize coming through. It's just too big. Michael's able to turn it around. Pano gets taken out as well, and Pro doesn't have buyback right now. It's still on cooldown for 5 minutes, so Infamous are just going to march their way forward. They're looking for that final lane of racks, and EgoBoys at this point are going to have to put together some sort of last-ditch effort to defend this. As they do jump in onto the gyrocopter, going to be able to pull A in there, but that Glimmer Cape, again, reducing a lot of that damage, but it won't be enough to keep him alive. So they do find that kill, but now Kinteka in some trouble. The morph from Parker gets him into that Sand King, goes in for the Burrow Strike. Waveform will be there to finish it off. So Kinteka's dead for 60. They're in onto the Storm as well, alone, trying to buy time with that Yule Scepter. Can he zip back to the fountain? No, he's actually going to get silenced first. Okay. Just getting absolutely annihilated here. Mariano does, and he's going to buy back there just to make sure he can sort of get back to his teammates. Maybe Infamous might want to back it away now. Nope. Here comes Parker back in with the Burrow, trying to sort of bully up Kara here on that back line. Rice is sort of getting pushed back as well. And meanwhile, alone all the way forward, he's going to get silenced up. The Curse Crown is on him, so he's going to get stunned up. He does finish off KXY though before he dies, but that is going to be his dieback, and at this point, the game is pretty much over. Kara will fall, the Witch Doctor will buy back, but it's just him and Rises against the world here. And it's really not a fight that they win. Kara, though, points for the effort, going to throw out the Death Ward, but it's not going to be enough, and there will be the GG. GG called. The EgoBoys will concede defeat here, and it's another 50 kill performance for Infamous. Just like game one, they hit that milestone once again.
team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Incredibly high stakes at this point. There is no air, and yeah,
10 seconds
as you said,
remaining.
just get that Shadow Demon out of there. 7 was
5
just
seconds
exactly
remaining.
how you sort of deal with that Bristleback on cut, trying to sort of learn their lesson, hoping to get Scourge into a position where he can just straight up sort of carry them through this, and Bristleback can sort of reach that point far. Seen it before, so that's something that simply TOOBASED will have to be careful of moving forward as we are getting through that second phase of the bans. For now, TOOBASED starting us off with the removal of the Centaur. Not overly concerned with this Viper sort of shifting into the off role, or at least not so much that they would really just ignore some of those bans. You don't want to let Tingle on any of those high impact heroes. We have seen what he is capable of when he's sort of put on that kind of high damage active kind of hero. The Centaur has been taken out. Cut themselves actually banned out the Timbers, so those would probably have been two of the more obvious plays for him, but I like this play from TOOBASED. They've already let the Bristleback through. There's nothing you can add in terms of now taking it off the board, so don't let those other cores for the cut really get their comfort.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Those heroes that is benefited so immensely from that sort of shard upgrade. Just took TA from occasional kind of almost niche pick based on the matchup to just an absolute monstrosity, and a hero in recent times we've even seen shifting between roles, playing both the sort of carry and the mid in maybe not entirely equal measure, but often enough.
Dire team pick.
So very much a hero that's enjoyed what feels like maybe an unintentional buff in recent times. But either way, that TA is insanely strong. ET absolutely hates it, and the cut are not going to get the chance to play it as TOOBASED took it away. They ban out that Mars as well to close out phase 2 before grabbing the Slardar.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick. Dire team, pick.
Phantom Assassin.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You said it just really feels like they're kind of that kind of strat, because you look at them right now outside of the ABBA to maybe sort of shield him up and heal him up with the mist coil. Durability from this lineup is sort of exceptionally low. If the Slaughter is in a core role, get a little bit more on that front, but he's not really tanky in conventional sense. So simply TOOBASED will have to be really the squad on the offensive. If they get sort of hit up first, then
Dire team back.
the mobility is maybe not going to be enough to keep him alive. Now you see the cut coming in there for the Pangolier pick, so he potentially trying to catch some of the heroes off guard. That Pangolier is going to try to do a lot to disrupt even further some of the mobility from the TOOBASED side. The Wind Ranger, the PA, really just gonna have to try and maneuver their way through the fights, but they're also gonna have to be sort of dancing around those Roll of Thunder stuff.
Ten seconds remaining. Go ahead. Select your heroes.
Vlada.
Feels like they've gone for something maybe a little bit unconventional, at least for them. As you said, we haven't really seen Ion Snapfire much, but other teams have certainly been recent times. But no, it feels pretty good here. And to be honest, sort of the biggest concern you were talking about with the Snapfire, if those enemy heroes get it onto you, sure, you're in some trouble. But if you're in that kind of situation, you would assume that Flea and Jubei would be there to sort of help out. And defensive power of Jubei and then the sort of lockdown coming out, that Wind Ranger, it feels like the majority of the time that snap is going to be really safe, but it's in a situation where you can either fall back or try to turn around. So it feels like they've got themselves a pretty solid setup here. We'll see just how well the lane sort of works out.
Prepare for battle.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Living things die.
"30 seconds to battle." Is this on? The battle begins.
Easy breezy.
It just feels like if they really start sort of going downhill towards you, they're not gonna stop. They're just and you're gonna have to sort of manage. They don't really have any means of just sort of nullifying that armor reduction right now, so it get a little bit rough for them. Get this game underway. Second series of the day getting started. Another elimination one that lower bracket as we start things off looking at the bottom lane here. That PA really playing a large role here. Very interested to see exactly what Boris can go for in terms of the itemization. You mentioned TOOBASED maybe could try to pick things up a little bit early, so I want to see if the PA just for that Battle Fury play, or if we see maybe something a little bit faster. I don't really know. Most of the time it seems like the PA is sort of set to Battle Fury a bit. Let's see exactly what queues up here, but right now we are just sort of trying to trade damage, right? Tingle King and really looking to get too aggressive, but once the point's up in the Bushwhack, then maybe we could see them go for a little bit more. Bushwhack into Swashbuckle would kind of put these heroes in a little bit of... Now, really only have a couple of sort of options. As you said, the acorn shot could come in. They have to either wait for the trees or maybe try to push the lane forward so they can go to these trees down here. The problem is, if you're doing that, then Tinkle's got to go pretty far forward for his last hit, so they wouldn't want to really mess up the equilibrium at that point just to go for a bushwhack play that probably wouldn't get them a kill, as see Giant go for the play there, but really not much follow-up. Fleet's just going to hold the wind run as well, really not recognizing that as too much of a... So, just feels like, for now, the cut have been sort of taken out of that early timing window. Maybe once they pick up further levels later on and those trees start respawning, they could do a little bit more. But for now, this lane's really just going to kind of slow down. Boris and Tingle King just really looking for the last hits across these first couple of minutes. So, shouldn't be seeing too much out of them. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, kind of feels like a similar situation here. I don't know how much Monkeys can realistically do to Scourge. We do see Jubei sort of coming in for the occasional mist coil, but it really doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of potential here, especially with Pingu just sort of sitting back behind that Bristleback, almost daring someone to come forward. If they do, he's got 2 points up in the poison attack, and you see him sort of stacking it up. There's going to be the Nasal Goo as well, and he's just so slow here, but it's Jubei to bail him out. The Photic Shield comes through, remove all of his buffs, and Monkeys will simply walk away.
Small adjustment. I refuse you.
He's got the Ring of Health, but there's only so much that can really against both of these heroes sort of at the same time. So they're gonna have to play it safe while Jubei's gone. He is pushing his way back in now. So Monkeys should be okay, although they've deployed the shield, but the poison attacks are getting sort of reapplied. So Monkeys be a little bit careful. Who is starting to run out of mana, so not sure how much longer to keep this going, although he is sitting on 2 mangoes. So if he really does this one, if they see an opportunity, they could give it a go, but Scourge would rather not. He's farming up incredibly well in this lane, 24 and 8 so far, so I don't really think he wants to do too much to try and jeopardize that, especially since they're not actually guaranteed to get that. So feels it wouldn't really be worth the effort and the sort of lack of last hits to go in onto a Slardar who's still going to be able to just sort of hit him up with the crush, walk away if they push.
Radiant's structures are fortified.
Is missing.
In fact, they appear radiant with health.
And Hastrun actually spawning on the opposite side of the river from where both Annihilate and Red 2 have been sort of moving towards. So they should be held by TOOBASED. Jubei's kind of keeping an eye on it, but Annihilate feels like he wants to push the lane out a little bit before he actually just goes straight in for it. So backing away here, but once again, you see Jubei step out of lane, Monkeys is going to get pushed back. They can't really fully threaten him, but they're at least able to try and take a little bit more control over the lane. But now, mid, lane, Red 2, very little mana, 1 Astral Step Charge remaining, but look at those TPs. Giant is in, second TP will be cancelled, but at that point, I think really just the 1 from Giant was what they TOOBASED. It was worth a shot there, not going to be able to make it happen, but let's try and sort of harass that Void Spirit as they do send him all the way back to base.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
killing.
Radiant's middle tower is
So yeah, Scourge is going to go away. Pingu presumably will be the new target. They're going to jump in onto him. There's going to be the cookie stun into the Mortimer Kisses. So Pingu will be taken down. First blood will go their way, but they don't deal with Scourge. And now there's an angry Bristleback coming at them. I Annihilate very wisely. He's going to TP himself back home. So they obviously would have preferred to get in onto the Bristleback there. Scourge is able to sort of backpedal before they can reach him, but they do still get first blood. But now here comes Red 2 in for the fight. Going to put down that Remnant onto the Abba, but Monkeys, good stomp, or stun rather, excuse me, onto 2. Hitting them both up with the Crush, and no, you want to chase that much further. He still doesn't have his boots. It's coming down to him now, but is a little too slow to actually turn that one all to. But they got first blood. The boots are in his inventory now, so all things considered, that goes pretty well for TOOBASED. And now you see I Annihilate actually back to the middle lane before the Void Spirit, so he's able to get maybe a little bit more experience up on his sort of direct counterpart.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's structures are falling. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
It just feels like, as of right now, all of 10 minutes in, but still, it feels like simply TOOBASED sort of have an exact idea of what they want to do, whereas the Cut are trying to make adjustments, but as you said, they haven't really taken that decisive action just yet, haven't made a clear decision on try to fight our way back into this, or is this just a sort of fall back and farm up kind of scenario? So until they make that kind of decision, it feels like they're going to have sort of one foot in both camps, and not going to go great for them, although as I say that, Monkeys briefly jumped in on the bottom lane. Tingle, I don't know about this one. You're starting to run out of time, and I don't think you have the damage to finish that kill. So yeah, we'll use the last moment or two of that Rolling Thunder to just fall back. But I think that's the first Rolling Thunder we've seen in this game, and Tingle gets very little out of it. That's going to be sort of one of your more important heroes and initiations now, especially with Red 2 sort of struggling the way that he is. That Pango has got to be able to get the team into fights.
You're too kind.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. I could have predicted this. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are beautifully fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Tower has fallen.
Cookie onto a creep. The power shot came through from Flea, but they're not really willing to dive all the way under that tier 2 tower to actually go for him. So just going to try and keep Pingu locked down for now, just sort of force him to stay up in this lane. And elsewhere on the map, Keys is farming up and pushing this lane out a little bit as well. I don't think he's going to get the opportunity to go for the tower as Scourge will make his way over, but now do this. And Tingle could just honestly go in with the Rolling Thunder. They could give it a go, but as you said, they don't really feel confident enough to go all in for that. So, I mean, obviously something could always go wrong, but that would have been 4 throws in onto Monkeys alone under his tier 1 tower. If you're not going to get that kill, then I'm not really sure what better opportunities you're going to be able to find immediately, but decide they don't want to go for it. Instead, they're just going to sort of back. Scourge is still farming here, so your Bristleback is sort of sitting in a solid spot. It's just that the other cores are maybe in a similar position, but they are going in onto Jubei. Nice.
Surrender all hope to the void.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
That is a much more valuable kill. They've got him. Yeah, as you said, weird's the only word I have to describe it. I'm not entirely sure what happened. Just kind of did a double take and then walked back the wrong way. Cutter at least able to sort of make him pay for it. That's a big kill. It slows down that Battle Fury, as honestly the PA was not right on finishing it off, but only one component remaining. So the longer you can sort of stall that one out, the better off obviously you're going to be for the cut. And to a certain extent, I mean, that's part of how you're going to be get ahead. That was not really a planned play to run into Boris, but the opportunity falls into their lap and take advantage of it.
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
Okay, red 2. Sharpshooter comes out, but it really just hits onto the Abba. So Jubei's there to sort of bite that bullet for his teammates, but red 2 is kind of positioning himself like he wants to go back in. Maybe they can get onto Jubei, but that's going to be the ult pop to Annihilate. Thought about it. Scatterblast will not be used, though. Jubei are going to be able to back themselves off. So, I mean, they burn through the borrowed time. I mean, it's not really a massive cooldown, but they at least take it away. I don't know if there's really going to be an immediate opportunity to take a second fight before that ability would sort of back up anyway, but at least the shot is Annihilate. Okay, he wanders back in. That...
Hard case.
What? It just felt too greedy. I don't...
Proper
What's doing?
stacks.
This pleases me to no end. To my house.
Shooters coming in, hitting onto Annihilate. Tingle wants in. Jump their way forward. Annihilate, yeah, he's not getting out of this. He just has no way out. Jubei's going to try, but it's not going to be enough. Annihilate will still fall. Meanwhile, Tingle's going to keep on going, and Red 2 comes in there with the Resonant Pulse. Now they're in onto Jubei as well, but there's going to be that borrowed time pop once again. So he gets away, but if you're the cut, 2 more kills going your way. It is looking pretty good for them, and now Scourge is going to start getting involved here, pushing out that tier 1 tower with his teammates, and that Axe is pretty much done. He's got about, what, 100, 200 gold to finish it off, and then this Bristle becomes incredibly hard to... He's just going to be able to sort of push his way into just about any fight he wants with that Axe upgrade.
Middle tower is under attack.
He's trapped in the tree line.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Positioning here for Simply TOOBASED is just sort of taking a bit of a dive in recent time. They're just getting caught out in the most inconvenient of plays, really, in the cut. All credit to them. They're just hunting those heroes down, and now Scourge, look at that. Look at these stacks. That's going to be a whole lot of gold for him. Ags is already finished off, and what's he want next? The S and Y into AC build for him. So Scourge is going to be so tanky. And Tingle, yeah, he's pushed. Nice blink forward onto Flea. Need another hit. Not going to be able to get it. So Flea should walk away. Yeah, Tingle didn't quite get the angle on that one, but you're going to push your opponents back, and now here comes Scourge. Making his way forward, just looking to the momentum to cut up by 2K, and now moving their way to the west side jungle. I don't know if they actually catch anyone. The TOOBASED should know this rotation's coming through, and they'll pull back, but late. Oh, things are coming out. It's going to be the swashbuckler. They throw down the Viper Strike from Pingu as well. That's an interesting TP attempt, and actually it kind of got closer than I thought it would, but in the end, Red 2 still able to find the kill as the Snapfire will be taken down, and Cutter really starting to get themselves going. To 2 in terms of that kill count. We were tied at 1-1 for quite a while in this match. They've really been able to go on the offensive here, and TOOBASED have not been able to respond. They've not been able to keep themselves safe, and right on cue. Can he get out? He's going to get slowed up there and hit now by the bushwhack as well, so he is just straight up dead. In with the kill in the cut. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic play from them. They are hitting every single play that they need as Jube is going to get himself into an uphill, at least take away that regen route so Tingle won't be able to grab it, but now he's stuck in the river. This Rolling Thunder is going to continuously stun him up, and that one, Dual Scepter is going to keep him in place. They pull him back in with the Remnant as well, and Jube, I mean, that's really all he was going to be able to do.
I hope the magnificent creature did not suffer overmuch.
Uh-oh. They got it. Bushwhack won't hit, but they know he... Oh, missed the sharpshooter as well. I know it's just going to TP away, so... Tingle. It's the vision down. Boris is going to have to try and get away, but there's going to be the Rolling Thunder. He can't even try for the TP here. Tingle and Red 2 are right onto him. It's a good attempt, but it's not quite going to work out. Essence Ring will be popped. Oh, still not going to matter. Red 2 gets the kill, and this is the single best start we've seen from the cut so far. They were able to win some games in the group stage, but in all of those wins, it felt like they had to sort of weather the storm and eventually sort of power up in the sort of late game stage. They're the squad on the aggressive. We just haven't seen this kind of early offensive firepower from them throughout really the entirety of this event so far, but it's all coming together for them. They're pushing a tier 2 tower right now. This is incredible stuff for them, and now, picking out monkeys, they want to rotate down there. Are they actually going to be able to make this happen, though? The Sardar has a blink.
Dire's structures are cunningly fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tribute to my house.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. It's got a must in for the kill. Nice play from my Annihilate. The problem is tier 2 tower elsewhere on the map, and Giant for a tier 2 is going to be a trade that the Cut are going to be very much happy. So your Hoodwink just sort of offers herself up as the sacrificial lamb there, and elsewhere on the map, you are making the most of that and finding objectives, and now Red TP'd in. Please going to get hit up by the Yule Scepter. There's going to be the 8th Remnant in as well. Simulates there for the damage, but a little bit more, and I think he's got it. The Astral Step comes through, and yeah, Tingle was even coming in just in case, but his presence not actually needed. Red 2 will find the kill. Meanwhile, what is going on mid? Scourge. This man just doesn't... He knows no fear. I have an Aegis, what are you going to do about it, basically? And the answer is nothing. Yeah, Juve just has to run. That is a sad life there for the Abba, just unable to get himself away. Scourge knocks him down, and now he's even stronger. He just finished off the SNY.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things.
Monkeys. Boris. Got onto Pingu, so that is going to be a kill, and your PA doesn't actually pop her BK either, but you can't really do anything about Scourge right now, and that's a problem. Pulled in by the Remnant, made up by the Bushwhack. The Sharpshooter's coming. Boris, though, that was close. Strike away, but he's still in trouble. There's the BKB. Finally going to be forced out, but now Boris, your BKB is active, but you're on about half HP. Really, this is not a fight that he's going to be able to take. They have to back off, but Tingle doesn't want to let him go. Pushing forward with the Rolling Thunder, his opponent's base, but at a certain point he realizes he's running out of time. You don't want to be sort of stuck in the base without any means of... He blinks the last second. Cut to back themselves out. They lose Pingu, but they're able to get a kill into Monkeys. There's no answer for this man right now. 14,500 net worth. The Bristle is so tanky, and he had the Aegis to fall back on, and really nothing TOOBASED could do. But now the Aegis, so maybe Scourge takes a bit of a step back in terms of how aggressive he wants to be, but I can't imagine it's actually going to be by all that much as Boris. Oh, they missed him. Wow.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself?
It's going to get him out of trouble, but I believe they've just caught the Abba. No, they have not. He TP'd out just in time, so fall back. Monkeys gets away, and TOOBASED are able to dodge a bullet there, but they're still in such a bad position right now. This Phantom Assassin, he's working his way towards the shard, so if you get the Fan of Knives, then you are going to have that break to work with. So that could certainly help out, make the Bristleback a little bit less just straight up terrifying for them, but your PA doesn't really have a crazy amount of either damage or durability. It's really just that BKB to sort of protect her as Scourge. Gonna get himself jumped in on. Giant is gonna be here to help out though, and Monkeys really don't feel like he can do this, but now Scourge wants back in with that Warpath sort of stacking up as well. He's just gonna go all the way in here. Monkeys needs to be very careful. Annihilate and Juve though are gonna be here to help him, and Giant really not on point with those sharpshooters today, but they're still looking for him. They go for the Bushwhack. That one connects. Monkeys will be taken down. Annihilate. Valiant effort to try and get in there. Unable to save his teammate, but now he's got to worry about himself. He's just getting absolutely annihilated, but Scourge hit up by the Shackle as well as the Phantom Knife, so that does break him momentarily, but it's still not enough to bring him down, and oh my god. TOOBASED just gone. Boris is going to be falling here as well. That's everything. Everything and everyone. Triple kill for Scourge. Full 5-man white. I don't think they lost a hero on the side of the cut. No, they didn't.
Under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Magic at work, and not in a good way. It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tribute to my house.
Absolutely. It's been inconsistent for them to this point. The times where he has sort of played, he's been sort of swapping out with Wage once or twice, but this is absolutely fantastic for him. He's 10-0 on this Void Spirit, and as you said for Scourge, if there is sort of one phrase for the cut here, or at least for Scourge to sum this up, it's the phrase, I don't care. Anything they throw at him, as you said, they got the Phantom Knives, he doesn't care. Hit him up with the Spirit Bow, he does not care. Anything that you do to this Bristleback, he just keeps on charging forward. He doesn't even have any magic immunity even. There's no real defensive item here. He's just so tanky that he does not have to give... not to pay any attention. No, it's too late. They're gonna try, but this is not what they want. They need to just get themselves out of here. Can they actually make it away though? The Abbot can't. He does have his ults. Nope, he didn't actually pop it. Sitting inside of that toxin, would have had to pop it manually, unable to do so, and now run as well. He's trying to hide in the woods, but Tingle spotted him. He's looking for the blink though to try and, yeah, there we go. Oh, Tingle? No cancel. Should be fine. But playing with fire there, if you're Monkeys, he just sort of waits not quite for too long though, as he was able to get away, but he can be nervous on that play. But Monkeys falls back. The problem is if you're the cut, again, whatever. I mean, yeah, 4 heroes get away, but you've got Aegis Cheese and an Aghanim Shard in your hands again, so their way forward, and look at this. Monkeys. The health is just chunking away. He didn't pop his BKB. Just no reprieve, no respite, no mercy coming out here as the cut just keep on surging their way forward. And sort of mentioned that Pingu getting farmed up as well. You look at Giant, he's got the Solar Crest and a Ghost Scepter. He's working his way towards a Yule, so even the supports are farmed up as Tingle wants in on the Monkeys, blinks forward to get that first hit, and roll up is now going to let him change direction. Monkeys still just dancing around it, but here comes Giant into the fight. But Monkeys actually blinks away, he'll be fine, but yeah, well, all that's going down. Middle lane of Rax. Goodbye. No chance to stop. This Boris is still dead, so this is the full lane of Rax taken, and now Red 2, that's pretty aggressive. They want in for it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Absolutely dominant showing here for the cut in this first game. At this point, it will be a throw for the ages if they somehow sort of blow this one. So feels like they've really got everything that they need to close it out. As Scourge is going to make his way top, still sitting on the ages for 2.5. So if you're two-base, you have to try something, right? You got to go in at some point, but there is that opportunity. They're looking for it now. Jumping in, they're going to blow up Giant. They're not dead yet. There we go. They are going to be able to bring him down, but Giant will buy back. The Abamimon gets taken down. His buyback currently unavailable, and this is not going to go well. Flea gets sort of picked off as well, and this is now going to get run down outside of the base. It's just all falling apart. Monkeys will down. Phantom Assassin dies mid as well, and there it is. The GG will be deployed in the cut. I mean, where has this been? Where the hell was this during the group stage? They looked incredible in this first match. deal with. A far cry from what we'd seen from Cut throughout a lot of that group stage run, but yeah, there's something a little bit new here, and it's out incredibly well for them. So take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 elimination series, looking now for a chance to get the 4th straight 2-0 sweep in this playoff bracket. Not just advance to the next round to take on D2 Hustlers, but also send Simply TOOBASED home early. So with that in mind, we're hopping into the Game 2 draft. I'm joined once again by ET, and ET, TOOBASED, your boys, they got smacked around a little bit there in Game 1. Got to try and make up for it here with a Game 2 victory.
Dire team pick. Dire team ban.
Bristleback!
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The second, as you said, the second they hit that timing, they just went full steam ahead, and it was a little bit strange. It did feel, as you were sort of alluding to, that TOOBASED were running the game that they wanted, really up until that sort of timing window opened, and the Cut just sort of ran the so I don't know. It probably would have been better for them to just straight up ban the Bristleback. I don't think either the Nyx Assassin or the Leshrac that they removed in Phase 1 would have been quite as... But maybe they feel like this Hoodwink is enough. Maybe they have the adjustments here, but it seems like at this stage, if you're TOOBASED with your run in this event on the line, then you should kind of feel like you make Scourge beat you on any other hero. But they get second, now that Shadow Demon for the Cut as well.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Void Incarnate.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Have that opportunity with phase 3 of the bans coming up. The concern I have looking at this lineup for TOOBASED, they have really built themselves up to deal with that bristleback. Fantastic job on that front. Obviously, maybe let Shadow Demon through was a slight mistake, but they've got heroes that can deal with this bristle. The problem is, you don't really know what else is coming out from the cut. You have gone all in on taking down the bristle, so now B-Red 2 gets put in a position like he did in game 1. Weight Spirit in that map, but was able to sort of have that impact. So just a little bit afraid here for TOOBASED that they're going so all in onto the bristle that they may not necessarily be prepared to deal with the rest of the lineup or the rest of the core trio. Sort of be specific there as a cut. Will go in for the Ember. Be presumably a matchup of the spirits in the middle lane.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Got to be that sort of adjustment for the PA in game 1, and it just really never felt like Boris. I'm there. Cut. Okay. Maybe not feeling quite the same way. They ban out the Medusa instead, so they feel like TOOBASED are going to go for sort of the long con, the longer, further window out there with that. So, I don't know. It just seems like that's not quite the way that simply TOOBASED would want to play this one out, and of that Ursa pickup going their way, and get Boris on the Ursa. I think all of a sudden this draft feels quite a bit better for TOOBASED. They still have some concerns, but it's quite there yet. We have one last ban from TOOBASED, and of course the cut can go in for their final pick first. So have to wait a little bit longer to see what that is. Meanwhile, for the cut, they should just for them really only missing that sort of frontline tank. Maybe it doesn't even need to be the tank. You've got the bristleback, it's going to be relatively durable, so they could try to get a little bit greedier on Tingle if they want.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick.
Behold the horn of madness.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero, my good friend.
their lineup is just so much built on just sort of building blocks, right? We hit A and then B and then C, and if some part of that combo just messes up at any point, Cut are going to punish you pretty heavily, and you have to go in for those combos. You can't afford to just sort of sit back, because then if you do, you've got 3 melee cores with a Magnus, so out farming them may not be viable. You need to try and outfight them, but if you end that combo consistently, then the get incredibly difficult. So quite a lot sort of on the line here. The margin for error is incredibly small, but if you're 2-based, it's a strategy they've gone for. They're going to have to sort of ride or die with this play, as they're down 0-1 in this series, looking to fight their way back into it. No team so far has been able to push a series full 3 games. It would have to really be the first to pull off that feat.
You really should prepare for battle.
Proper skaks.
Even a master falters.
30 seconds to battle. Hello? The battle begins.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what this team's capable of when they're playing at their best, so hope for their sake that they can pull it out here. Their lives are on the line, metaphorically speaking. Not literally, we're not killing anybody in the game. They want to remain in the event, win this one, and as you said, the potential's there. They just need the execution, and game 1 they didn't have it, but they do here a bit of a tri-lane setup actually for them. I don't think this is going to last very long. Just go for 1 first blood attempt, because I really don't think they can afford to leave that lifestealer down bottom for an extended amount of time. So we'll see if they can make something happen here. It's going to be a little bit iffy for them. They'll need to maybe bait Scourge and Pingu forward a little bit, but try. Jubei's sort of getting himself freeze, pushing his way in. This is not going to work. Okay, Jubei's just going to straight up TP bot. So, yeah, it was worth a try to a certain extent, and I'm glad that they really almost kind of half-heartedly go at it. If they really did stick around long enough to try, then Boris is going to be without his backup for, I feel, way too long. So maybe someone gets out of position. When they don't, Jubei's just going to TP down and try and sort of make this lane more bearable for his team. Really, just kind of a weird idea. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, he waited to scale up the curse as whoop. Is Forever able to find the kill on the Pingu up in the top lane? Scourge, yeah. Does he have the mana? Yeah, he's got 2 mangoes. He should have the... Nope. Bushwhack from Flea. Good play there. Scourge is going to be denied his return kill, so flood over to the side of simply 2-based, but sort of to the point earlier on, the Abba waited till he actually TP'd down to the lane, I think, before he then scaled up the curse. So that wasn't a situation where he had it because they were trying to really make that play. I think he just sort of made that choice afterward. It's kind of weird, but he's got a point up in the shield now, so all is well. Boris really didn't get punished too heavily because of it, and just going to continue trying to get that life stealer farming. Jube is going to get beat up by those illusions. Oh my god. Ooh, there it is. Get through the shield. Oh, Jube, he's got a little bit of HP, but there's that silence from the illusions again. Another shockwave. Tingle. There it is. Okay. Shockwave comes through. Meanwhile, back up top, Monkeys was taken down. Pingu's able to get himself a little bit of revenge there as he and the Bristle jump in and are going to be able to follow up the first blood play that they lost with back-to-back kills across the map. So, solid response really on multiple fronts as the Cut are able to get those two on the board. Would have to get massively out of position, and Monkeys would need to be there for the follow-up as well. That time you saw him kind of maybe start moving his way over a little bit on the back end of the play, but not actually in time to follow it up. So they would have to catch this Bristle insanely out of position, and now Scourge, with that point up in the Bristleback, is going to be... While middle lane, Red 2 is getting a little aggressive here. I Annihilate, he's going to lose the shield, but I don't know if Red 2 has any more... Close call, but I Annihilate will survive, but Red 2 starting to try and take control of the lane. We don't see a massive discrepancy in terms of the hit count just yet, but that is presumably going to change. That Void has to go all the way back to the fountain. No regen sort of coming out to him, so take him out of the lane for a little while. Red 2 should be able to get an advantage. This is what I absolutely want to see here for the Cut. One of the reasons why they were so successful in Game 1 outside of Scourge just massively farming was the fact that Red 2 was so aggressive. He ended the game with about 11 or 12 kills in that match. He was really that guy who sort of bridged the gap from the laning stage to maybe that 15 to 20 minute mark when the Bristle had the Aghanim Scepter available. So I'd like to see him sort of go for something similar here. Right now he is again just going to go Bully Eye Annihilate a second time. This time though, Void is going to throw that Remnant out here. So Red 2 not quite able to make that play happen. Meanwhile down pot, Jube get hit up here by the silence. I think they got it.
Behold, a subtle burn.
He's in some trouble up top. Scourge and Pingu are going to try and track him down. This aggression coming out from this duo, it's just always there. We saw a similar sort of scenario in Game 1 from them, and they just run it back. And as of right now, it doesn't seem like TOOBASED have an immediate answer to it. And between the struggles up top and now this lane being endlessly sabotaged by the Abba, this does not feel great for the side of TOOBASED. They're not really that far behind net worth-wise, but you just feel like the Cut are getting more out of these lanes right now. Opponents, and you see all three of their cores currently at the top of that net.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Should have this. Okay, he's not even gonna. What? Oh, Boris. I'm here though to try and make something happen, but Tingle's actually gonna skewer him. Shockwave deploy, but Tingle wants out. He's trying to get back. But oh god, 2 in. There's they got the Corruption, does he have anything at all? Really, any way to get out of this? He has no charge on the Astral. He is going to be able to pop the Resonant Shield, or Resonant Pulse, though, for the shield, and that may be enough. He's falling back. Red 2 wants to keep going, but at this point, he's kind of low on mana, but he doesn't have enough to actually jump to them, so he's going to continue to throw the Sleight of Fist out there. Tingle King comes in for another Shockwave, but I don't think they're going to get it. But to be fair, they already got what they wanted. The Lifestealer goes down. Anything beyond this point is just going to kind of be a bonus.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
Force is able to get the kill. Fair enough. I mean, that's really going to be your best opportunity to make something happen. So, get some money into his hands. He moves up to second place in the net worth with that kill as well. So, this is very much sort of manageable for TOOBASED. I mentioned earlier on, they're really not that far behind in terms of that net. So, this can still go quite nicely for them, despite the fact that initially it looked like some of the lanes were getting a little bit rough, but still plenty of time. They just need to, again, keep their heroes safe and set up for that execution on that teamfight play later down. He gets the RP. Can he actually get away? No. Spear comes out. Monkey's able to clip him right at the very end. They will find that kill. It is a nice RP. It just doesn't quite turn into what they wanted it to. Kind of a desperation defensive play there. And I believe that's the first RP of the game. And it hits on a 3, but it doesn't really get that thing in terms of actual kills or value. Monkey's just overestimating, I guess, his own tankiness at that point. Thought that the arena would save him, and as you said, Red 2, he doesn't care about that. He can just jump right through it. Didn't even really need to there, as Tingle sort of came in for the last bit of damage for him. But Pingu, yeah, he's going to get caught out. Good rotation in response there from Tingle. Die Annihilate in. Actually, I believe Jubei, yeah, Jubei snagged the kill away, but it's still going to be a pick-off there. Trading out a 1-for-1, but core for support.
Structures have been fortified.
Back in, doesn't have the arena this time, but Tingle, oh, that's a problem. That's his skewer. He now can't leave. He's going to stun him up. Sharpshooter comes in, and just a bit of a communication there between Tingle and Giant that cost the Magnus his life. That I really felt kind of awkward between the two of them.
Radiant's courier has been slain. A moment of silence, please. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Oh, look. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
That was really something I think is kind of haunting them a little bit. They just waited a little bit too long as Monkeys tried for the spear. I think he would have had a connection on the tree, but he's able to dodge it. Can't dodge that. Bushwhack will lock him down. He threw out a remnant, but by this point it's a little bit as you said, at this point, it's just the Bristle playing again. He's got the Vanguard up, he's working his way towards that Ags, and going to be taking a rather sizable Ancient stack as well, so it feels like the Cut are sort of on a similar trajectory than they were, or to the one that they won. The kill counts maybe a little bit more even this time around, but as we saw in that last game, those early kills really didn't matter. Once Scourge had that item pickup, that's when everything changed. As Pingu, okay, gets out in the middle lane, Boris is able to find that kill. Giant TP's in a little bit too late, but now Red 2, this feels very sort of risky for him. They're not going to get this.
Under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to buy such things. Radiant's structures.
So for now, it's just going to be objective gaming. Nice bit of damage onto the tier 1. The glyph momentarily turns them back, but Scourge just
is under attack.
It's kind of to stop you, so you might as well get this tower down, as they will be able to pick it up. And now Scourge is about halfway now to that Aghanim Scepter. His teammate, though, will get picked off again, but at this Pingu, I really feel like his deaths are not massively impactful here. He's going down to basically create space. Create space for it's as Red 2 and Tingle, they tried to make a move there, but was able to sort of get him up, push back, walk away. But again, your Viper dying, it's really not doing too much. He's got the second lowest net worth in the game, and while he's dying, you're getting so much more space elsewhere on the map.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. In a stunning development, Dire's top tower has fallen.
At that point, we will put this strat from TOOBASED to the test, see whether or not they're actually capable of getting that Bristle back down. In theory, they have all the tools. That's another stack. Oh, that's a lot of gold. But in theory, they have the means to get into this Bristleback, to hit him up with the sort of with the break, get him sort of facing them so that they can do that damage and avoid the reduction. But as we sort of mentioned, coming out of the draft, it's going to come down to the actual execution for them. They need to be able to put that play together, and they need to make sure Giant isn't just sitting there waiting for the defensive play. He's already itemizing for that sort of defensive capability. You see the Aether Lens picked up, he's got a Blink Dagger queued up, so he knows he's going to be called upon to basically break up and disrupt that initiation, and if he can do so, a lot of this strat from simply TOOBASED kind of falls by the wayside. He's the only one on this right now, and there's only so much that this Hoodwink's going to be able to do. He'll slow things down a little bit, though, pulling that creep aggro away, and Okay, they'll push all the way forward, just trying to sort of take out the creep wave there. That should be enough to really keep this one going. Their new creep wave's coming up in just a few seconds, so maybe the backdoor protection kicks back in, but it looks like it's not actually going to get cut. Will continue to push their way forward, and what response, if any, do we see from that two-base side? They're starting to push their way both mid and top, maybe hoping to break up this opposing lineup, but middle lane, yep, they've caught out red too. That's a good play in from Monkeys. Blinks in, drops the arena, gets the spear stun. Meanwhile, up top, Boris and Jube, they have to try and clear out. Scourge is just going to charge his way in, and I think they're just going to get Jube. No, the Purge. They got the Purge onto Boris. Tinkle's holding that RP. He doesn't have the mana. Now he does, but he doesn't need it. Boris is taken down. Jube is going to be falling here as well. Already popped the ult, and they lose red too, but I think getting Boris there and an additional kill onto Jube is likely going to be worth it for them as Pingu. Okay, threw down the Viper Strike onto the Void Spirit. I think he was maybe anticipating that Scourge could get there a little bit faster, but they're not really going to have that follow-up play. But now Scourge, he's checking out the Roche early. Okay. That's a lot of damage being dealt. Tingle's already dead. Okay. Annihilate trying to get away. He's going to jump out with one of those charges, but it's the only one he had left. Actually, he used the first one to jump in, so now fancy dancing here with the Dissimulate, but it's not going to be enough. Annihilate will go down, and at this point, it feels like the cut could get back in, but Boris has respawned, and he's making his way over, so this could get a little bit more complicated. Annihilate is actually going to buy back here as well, so they realize this is a serious threat. If the cut take Roshan, we're in some trouble, so they are going to buy everybody back, and they're actually moving into the pit themselves. The RP in from Tinkle, connecting onto two into the Shockwave. He gets the Skewer back as well. Monkeys is kind of isolated right now, but Sturk is starting to drop a little bit low, so he is trying to step back for a moment, but once he sees that Sharpshooter has been deployed, he's going back in. They want these kills. Can they get it? Boris is in some serious trouble. He's going to jump out of his teammate there, I believe, and actually try to go for the kill on the Tinkle King, and he will get it. So the mag is going to fall, but now Boris has nowhere to go. He's going to try to toggle the armlet, but really no chance. Scourge will pick him off. Meanwhile, Annihilate takes down red too, but he's so low on HP here, he really can't afford to go down. He is going to be able to grab the regen, but Scourge, I mean, look at him go. He's just continuing to chase. I don't think he's actually going to catch up, and eventually he will back himself away. Got him. Fleeing for the snipe as he will actually take that one, but that's a nice kill for them. But now here comes Scourge, pushing his way forward. Red 2's in there for the root as well, and they're just going to go straight to work, trying to take down anyone that they can. But Red 2's got to back up already. Scourge is going to continue chasing after Flea, I suppose, but Monkeys tries Rita, and I don't know if this is going fantastically, but the Bristle is starting to sort of lose a little bit of strength, but there's going to be that disruption keeping him alive. The Purge comes out as well to Annihilate. They might just be able to bring him down. There's no longer an Astral Step Charge on him, so Annihilate will pull up Boris. Moved up by the Searing Chains as well. He doesn't have the Rage, so he wasn't able to keep himself safe from it, but we need to be a little bit careful. Boris could try to turn, but there's Tingle in with the Skewer onto two, pulling Flea back in. Boris will fall as well, and that should finally give the cut control to pit. Everyone is dead on the side of TOOBASED, and buybacks just really aren't a thing right now. So it takes them about 3 attempts, but they do get Roshan.
To the dire. I hope the magnificent creature did not suffer overmuch.
Never refuse gold given.
mean, we said it in the draft, right? The fact that they needed, there was no margin for error. They needed to get this execution perfect almost every single time. We weren't joking. That was the exaggeration you saw. They land the Aether Remnant, they get the arena down, but don't hit the spear. It doesn't matter. If you can't get the sharpshooter hit to break the bristleback, you need every single aspect of that combo to hit. Otherwise, Scourge just keeps on pushing forward. So they've got to sort of step it up. Otherwise, they could be in some serious danger. As that is an RP for Flea. That feels a little excessive, but they're going to be able to secure the kill. Keeping a long cooldown for... yeah, maybe they can get more as I Annihilate. He's trying to set this one up. He pulls Red 2 in. They're going to go for the arena, but yeah, there's the disruption again. Giant, he's just going to do this every time. They really have to hit him up first, and they just haven't been able to do so. Oh, monkeys. Spear comes in, so Scourge is at least going to get stunned up, but Tingle's going to skewer his way forward, and Scourge, he's right back into the fight. Monkeys is not getting out here. The Aphotic Shield will buy him a second or two extra of life, but Scourge, it's just a repeat of game one. He's an absolute monstrosity. There's nothing right now that TOOBASED can do outside of landing that big combo to try and actually slow him down.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Someone must be very pleased with themselves. Or, ladies and gentlemen, dire singular has singular proclaim. Radiant's top tower is under attack. And not in a good way. It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now that Scourge is online, now that you see sort of Red 2 pushing in for more of this, much like we saw in game one, now you start enabling those supports. You mentioned Pingu wasn't dying before. Now he's not just not dying, he's starting to farm. Boots of Traveler are going to be up for him in just a little bit. Giant, meanwhile, as we said, actually away from the Blink Dagger, he's going to go for an Agate Scepter at this point for that Purge upgrade, just to sort of try and keep the cores from TOOBASED sort of on the back foot. So this is always the thing that sort of really impressed me about this play in game one. It's not just a solid performance from Scourge. It's the fact that the supports are able to do so much more as they're now getting some priority as the tier 3 will go down. Scourge, and just daring them. Just go in. See if you can get him. He's got the Aegis for 20 more seconds, so he knows he still has the buffer, and simply TOOBASED really can't afford to sort of rise to that challenge right now. They just have to let that tower go, and their opponents walk away.
top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself?
It doesn't appear to really be that sort of clear-cut weak link. Obviously, there's a hero in Scourge that you just don't want to sort of push into, but outside of that, in theory, they know what they need to do, right? We mentioned before, they got to get onto that back line. Pingu and Giant need to be sort of picked off, but that is so much easier said than done. Giant's finished off the Ag, so he's got those multiple purge charges. Pingu ostensibly would be sort of the easiest target, but he's fast now to the point where I'm not sure they can catch up with those boosted. So, as you said, they're just itemizing so well as Jube be able to get himself out of there, but that was a bit of a close call. And well, up in the top lane, Pingu can actually jump him. They need the spear. There we go. We'll be able to connect that. Sharpshooter's coming in here, but now Red 2 wants into the fight. Pingu's actually still not dead yet. There we go. TP out. Yes, he can. Red 2 doesn't quite have that much damage, so we're able to get everybody away. It's a quick kill onto the Viper, but we're sort of falling back now to that strat, to the pick off the Viper, and that's really all we can get. So maybe they can sort of translate that on the Viper into something bigger, but he's still the lowest net worth hero on that side for the cut. Really, they continue to sacrifice him or go back to sacrificing him to create space for the rest of the lineup. Is careful here, hanging out in the jungle. Split enemy heroes, but they actually spot him out there. They see him now with the creep wave, but at this point it should be too late. They should be able to just... Oh no. Red 2 hits him up with the Searing Chains. There's going to be the Shockwave coming in as well, and a mad dash for this one, but he's not getting away. Red 2 hits him up for the kill. Giant using one, maybe two of those purge charges, but able to get, and now if you're too, you are down your Void Spirit. That was sort of the hero that we were looking at to potentially jump onto that back in the fight, so they have to wait for him to get back up, or they have to be willing to commit the buyback, and right now neither of those decisions, it seems all that appealing. It's Jube. Cancelled. Courier's dying. Scourge picks off both of them, and Jube will be taken down. Cut. Can they do this? Infection's here. Scourge is going to maybe give it a go, but I don't really think he gets this.
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
He's Searing Chains. Shockwave coming in as well, pulling them back a bit. Pingu does get picked off by monkeys, but they really do need to protect Boris right now. He's going to get hit up by the Purge. But the RP! RP onto 2. Horn Toss sets it up. Boris is dead. Monkeys down. Well, that is excellent timing from Tingle. Exactly when Boris was sort of looking for the bailout play. Jumping onto him, they take down both, and now Scourge, he's still in position on the front line to continue pushing this one in. This is what they've been waiting for really all game when they do it, but now Red 2 looking to make him pay. Pushing in, BKB activated, Flea gets taken down first to get the Purge in onto the Void Spirit as well. Can they actually bring him down though? Not just yet. Annihilate still on the run. Let's see what this point might want to back off. Mana is going to sort of become an issue for him. Now he's going to get silenced up. Astral steps on him as well, but Annihilate is right now can't get the kill. Tingle wanted the horn. He did. Annihilate's able to dodge it with the Dissimilar. So that is the first time we have actually seen that combo work. It's his first death of the game, and it comes at a time where they well and truly needed it. If they couldn't take him down there, that probably would have been tier 3 and maybe the melee racks taken mid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
bounty?
Annihilate's in for it. They're going to be able to blow up Giant right away, but immediate buyback coming through from that Shadow Demon. He's going to TP onto the outpost, so he's right back in with his teammates. Red 2 meanwhile jumping forward onto the Remnants, looking to break this up as much as possible, but 2base rather, excuse me, they're maintaining cohesion. That is really the #1 thing for them. Could not afford to get split up there. And honestly, that doesn't go poorly. You get down the Shadow Demon, you force that buyback. Now if you take him out again, not coming back. So this could be the moment for them. We'll see if they can pull it off. The smoke is going to pop. Silence out onto 2, but Annihilate would have really followed up just yet, but now they are going to try and go in. They've got Pingu sort of further up to the north. They're going to be able to take him down first, but over on the other side of the fight, they lose Flea. Monkey's in trouble as well. Jube's already going to have his ultimate popped. They're looking to just TP himself back home, but actually they don't manage to cancel that, so instead they're in on Annihilate. But Void Spirit able to jump away. He's going to assimilate, but he's still going to get broken by the Purge, locked down by those Searing Chains. He's dead, and Boris is now in trouble as well. Monkey's trying to stay there with the Spear, but the RP in from taking down Monkeys. Boris tried to infest his teammate, but it wasn't enough. Boris goes down, Monkeys falls as well. The path to the Roche Pit is open once again, and it looks like the Cut have pretty clearly managed to fight and maintain control. 4-for-1 trade overall. Flea. Extended skewer there, as well as Tingle King did get himself that talent at level 20, so way too far. Jube can't save, and oh my god, Jube.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
At this point, it just feels like there's nothing that 2base are going to be able to do. Melee racks will be falling top. They can just turn their attention back towards mid. Monkeys, though, in for the spear, but the cheese is immediately going to be popped. So Scourge back up on his feet, full HP and mana. Second lane of racks taken. They can't go for the third just yet, as there is a tier 2 out here, but it feels like they can just get through that fairly quickly. Scourge is just doing stupid amount of damage with this maxed out Warpath. That level 25 talent makes him just too damn strong, and he's going to push through, really. They've got to wait for the leaps, maybe, but after that, just going to push in, and at this point it feels like 2base are going to have maybe one more chance to turn this fight. If they can't somehow win this next one, that should just about be it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been a celebration? Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
For 1 on the initiation so far, and yeah, that we said that's just gonna be mega. Scourge takes it. Monkey, oh god, Monkeys! Oh my god, the man just got shunned. He's still alive. His teammate, though, not really gonna be able to say the same. That fight is in some serious trouble. He is broken, and he is alone on the back line. They will be able to bring him down. Jube falls as well. Monkeys is gonna get picked off here too, and I think that might just be it. We do see buybacks though coming in. They're gonna last go, but they've got to win this fight here and now. Otherwise, it's just gonna be too late. But Flea gonna get jumped in on, using the scurry though to get himself through that tree line. So for now, he will live. But look at Scourge, just continues to push his way forward. Jube gonna have his ult popped away, but they're trying to go in. There's gonna be the RP though out from Tingle King once he dies, but immediately buys back, looking to rejoin the fight. He's already backing onto the front line, but Boris and Monkeys, I mean, they're trying to hold the line. They do get one kill. Annihilate's able to take down Tingle King as well, so this isn't looking too bad for them, but now there's going to be the Void Spirit going down. Monkeys falls as well. It's down to Boris, and he's just on the run. He's trying to get somewhere where he can save himself, but there's no one fast. His rage was just used, so once that wears off, okay, able to blink away, but there's Red 2 backing onto him. And there's the GG. Red 2 finishes it off with the triple kill and the cut. I mean, the playoffs bring out the best in them. Back-to-back map. They look so much better than anything we really saw in the group stage, for sure.
Are you guys gonna play the game?